All right. Sorry about that delay. Had some difficulties I had to work out last minute here. We are starting our first playthrough here of Days Gone a little earlier than expected. Just one moment. We are starting our first playthrough a little earlier than expected because the other day I was trying to go through Last of Us Part 1, but sadly the game glitched on me and I'm not able to advance in the game. So we are currently switching it up because I cannot advance. We're going to play it on easy for now and see if the game is too easy. If it is, I'll up the difficulty. But generally speaking, every time I start on normal, I have to drop the difficulty just to advance.
Yeah, she's burning up. A knife must have nicked her kidney or something. She's turning septic.
How you doing, little sister?
So stupid. This little kid, this goddamn little kid.
Big goddamn knife.
Hey, help me.
Shit.
Hey, Mom. You want to be when we come through?
No, I'd want to get out of here right now too, if I could.
Wait, we need help. She's been wounded.
What's wrong with her?
Well, she's not. Whatever the hell's going on out there, she's been stabbed.
I can't take anymore.
Oh, okay. Listen, O'Brien. If we don't get her to a hospital, she's going to die.
There are no more hospitals.
Oh, come on. No more hospitals. You got doctors, you got triage, you got a MASH unit.
Oh, look, I'm just a grad student, okay? I got volunteered for this. I'm not even supposed to be out here.
Brian.
Okay. Shit. I've only got room for 2 of you, okay? 2.
You got room for 2 of
You're
us.
overweight, okay? I can only take 2 of you, 2.
This is a little nuts.
Come on, help me. Come on. All right, sweetheart. That's okay. You're gonna be all right.
I got her.
I'm gonna be right back. Okay, Boozer. Let's go. We gotta get on that guy. We gotta get on that
I
shot.
heard what he said. There's only room for 2 on that chopper. Go. Go with her. I'll be okay. Look, I've been through worse shit than this before. You know?
Yeah, we have. Where are you going?
What?
Where? Where?
Refugee camp, west of Three Finger Jack.
No.
Boozer is never gonna make it without me.
He might.
I want this back.
You coming?
No.
But I guess we'll never find out.
Deke!
What did you do?
Interesting beginning so far, you know. Grad student can't get on a grad student can't let more than 2 people get on the chopper. And 2 years later, and we're in the woods somewhere.
lost him.
He can't be far.
Wait, hold on. Cut your engine.
Shit, she's alive. Alvarez. Alvarez.
Yeah.
Hey. Alvarez. What happened here? I mean, who did this? Was it Rippers?
Leon did this.
Don't know who Leon is, but I'll tell you right now, I already don't like him. Now, okay, let's see how good of a driver I am. Generally, I suck at driving motorcycles in games. Didn't hit anything, take that.
Scott ammo! No shit, you can't have much!
Shit. Thought, oh shit, that was a deer? And I lost sight because I thought that was him. Alright. So I don't know where. I lost sight and it caught the shit. The wrong thing. I screwed that up. Don't pay attention to the deer this time. And we should be okay.
Shit! Scott ammo! No shit, he can't have much!
Yeah, it definitely was a deer. Shit. That was great. Drive right through the fire. Hey, I'm doing better than I thought. Never ride one of these in real life, though.
You like that? Yeah?
Oh, shit.
You son of a bitch!
You hit him.
I think so. Bastard. Hold up! He laid his bike down.
Okay, so that is bike down, which either means we hit him. Seems like we may have pissed him off.
Cover me, right behind you.
It's okay, though. He's gonna get... Hopefully he gets what he deserves.
You went that way.
Come on.
Alright. Suppress the right stick to activate survival vision, which will reveal clues and other information around your about your surroundings. Okay.
Where the hell's he going? There isn't shit out of here but a bunch of freaks.
Maybe I was wrong about him having to deal with Copeland.
No, Leon's been fencing shit to Copeland for a long time. Finally caught up with him.
Hey, wait. Hold up. Shit.
All right, let me see.
What do we got here?
Down this way. Tracks are fresh.
Right. Interesting. The
So where the hell did you learn to track
vision
shit
in this
anyway?
game.
Used to go elk hunting with my old man when I was a kid. Ended up tracking shit for miles.
Kind of seems like eagle vision from Assassin's Creed or detective mode from any of the Batman games. Shit.
Down.
Well, damn.
You okay, brother?
Yeah. Just a graze. Son of a bitch can't aim worth a damn.
Son of a bitch.
I'm fine, Boozer. He must be heading down there toward the falls.
He's losing a lot of blood. He's not getting far. Come on.
No, he's definitely not getting far.
Search him. Bleeding out. That's a hell of a way to go. It's slow. A lot of pain, but I suppose you know all about that.
She was
right
still
now.
breathing when we found her, you piece of shit.
I wasn't gonna waste a bullet not on her.
Hold on for a second. Now, where's the stash, Leon? If you tell us, unlike you, I can promise you we'll make it quick. Don't look like you'd be suffering for too long. Leon, you got a little problem here. See, they can smell your blood from all the way down there. What do you suppose that feels like? Huh? Torn apart? Eaten alive?
Guess he's gonna find out. Fuck you.
Goodbye, Leon.
No, wait. all right, no. I got it right here. Take it.
Where?
In the cemetery. In the old cemetery.
Thank you.
No, you said. Do it. Don't leave me out here, man. Do it. Do it. You goddamn liar. Do it.
More than he deserved for what he did to her earlier.
Tuck's gonna need something for the bounty. You did the right thing, bro. We don't want to leave anyone to the freaks. Not even a piece of shit like Leon.
I don't know. I would have left him if I had it my choice after what he did earlier.
Hey, hold up. I want to search this camp, see if I can't find something to fix up this scratch.
Alright, let's take a look around.
Useful.
Let's see.
Just
Go.
together and yes.
Alright. Oh. Okay, it's right. Trigger. Oh, it's right trigger to use it. Okay.
That'll do it. Guess I won't be losing the arm anytime soon.
Alright. So looks like we're going back to the road and getting back to the motorcycles. But I went the wrong way. So let's just keep moving now.
Oh, we were going hunting tonight. Take some bounties into Tucker.
A lot of it's pissing down rain.
Nah, man, we need the camp credits. Gotta stock up on supplies.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to be out all night, though.
Jesus, I gotta get in shape.
I feel that one.
Gonna see if there's anything we can salvage on Leon's bike.
No. God damn.
What?
Son of a bitch.
Ah, it's leaking fuel.
Just piss yourself.
Fuel pump. Leon. Yeah, shot out my damn fuel pump.
God damn it, Leon.
Leon's bike.
Nah, it's done. Look, let's just go back to O'Leary Mountain. We'll head out in the morning, find some parts, and come back and get your bike.
No, I think I got a better idea. We just get it while we're out here.
What?
Well, Crazy Willie's isn't far from here. Let's just head over there.
What are you thinking?
We were going out hunting tonight anyway. Crazy Willie's as good a place as any.
Okay.
I guess we're going hunting at Crazy Willie's. Don't know what we're gonna expect, but
Hey, what did Leon give you?
Map of some kind. Once we get my bike back, let's head up to the cemetery, look around.
Yeah. Okay.
So tomorrow, get the drugs, take him to Tucker, collect on Leon's bounty. Then I say we head north.
You think shit's any different up north?
Don't matter, I think it'd do us good. Get the hell away from here.
alright, let's see. I know I can hear him. I don't see him chasing
Hold on,
me, but I
something's
can
blocking
hear
the
him.
road.
Careful. I saw a setup like this a couple days ago. A bunch of rippers blocked the road with an old truck.
Come on, help me move it.
Alright, some vehicles can be moved to clear or block paths. Hold X to push them. Okay.
Yep.
What are we...
Push!
Alright. I hear something. Shit. Press right trigger to perform a melee attack. Alright. Left trigger and right. Okay. Damn. Brutal.
We're almost there.
But you know what? They kind of had it coming, so. Alright. Let's keep moving. We just run over him casually.
Coming up on the old Nero checkpoint.
We're almost there.
Alright.
Shit, how you want to do this?
This does not seem like a good idea.
Loan me your shotgun. I'll walk point.
Neither does him walking point.
Looks like that checkpoint had him backed up pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of good it did him. I'd rather be buried back with the goddamn pioneers.
Yeah.
Shit, look at them all. Bunch of goddamn dumbasses, the lot of them. Where they think
Two
Damon's gonna
yacht.
let me sit here and wait till a goddamn horde comes through and just kills us all?
Bad way to go out, trapped in a shithole like this.
Yes, it is, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to try to loot. Might be a bad idea, but still going to try it. Wonder. No, it's already open, so.
Smell that?
Oh, Jesus. There. Come on, let's go.
Hey, hold up. How many Molotovs you got left back here?
Let's hit it on the way back. Leave it.
Yeah. Leave it my ass.
Son of a bitch. You're hoping someone's home.
Not really.
Sounds like you got your wish.
Now we got to deal with it, so let's go.
Hey, Deke. Bro. I think it's dead. You're gonna break my shotgun.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
Okay.
All right.
Up there again.
What are you talking about?
Goddamn refugee camp. You only act like this when you're thinking about going up there.
Act like what?
It's not your fault that she's dead.
All right.
If you'd gotten on that chopper with Sarah,
Yo.
it would have changed because you'd be dead too.
Look, just
Oh, so she died? Damn. Wonder how. Like, did the helicopter crash? Was it shot down? Ammo since you're out. Can I turn it off? Turn it all. Looks like it, because we don't really want to attract extra attention if we can avoid it.
nothing like scrap.
Alright. Just keep moving.
You're not getting your bike through there.
Try that service tunnel. See if you can clear us a path from the other side.
I got it. Just keep your headlight pointed that way.
So we're going that way. Okay. Well, yeah, we're gonna see what's in the cop car trunk first. Okay. I'm not gonna complain about ammunition. That's for damn sure.
Okay. At last.
Alright. Something's in it. Yeah. Come on. Shit. I fucked that up. Killed me. Because I didn't do the right combination. Alright, let's try it again. I knew something was going to get me.
Try that service tunnel. See if you can clear us a path from the other side.
I got it.
I just
keep your
was
headlight pointed
not
that way.
expecting it to be right there. Come on. Is it hold or is it? I don't know if it's hold. Hold. It's got to be hold because pressing isn't doing anything. So we'll have to try this third time.
Bike through there.
Try that service tunnel.
All right.
See if you can clear us a path from the
But
other
actually,
side.
let's do this because I
got it.
forgot.
Just keep your headlight pointed that way.
Let's get the ammunition.
Yes.
Because we're not coming back here.
Use this.
Come on. What the hell? Why isn't it? What is it supposed to be? Is it pressing's not working? Holding's not doing anything.
there. Try that service tunnel. See if you can clear us a path from the other side.
I got it.
We'll
Just
leave
keep
it,
your
'cause
headlight pointed that
we'll
way.
try to drop it and then we'll come back. Come on. What the hell? Alright, come on. I gotta figure out. I don't know what I gotta press. It's not
Right through there.
Try that service tunnel. See if you can clear us a path from the other
working.
side.
I got it. Just keep your headlight pointed that way.
I guess we'll just try pressing and holding again. Nope. It's gotta be button mashing then. Which sucks because I'm not a very good button masher, but I can make it work.
Right through there.
Try that service tunnel. See if you can clear us a path from the other side.
I got it. Just keep your headlight pointed that way.
Yeah, it was button mashing. Alright. Should have just done it the first time. The boot knife damage is low, but okay. So the boot knife will help. Now let's grab the ammo. No point in grabbing it and then dying and never to grab it again.
Can use this. Shit. Did I leave the stove on?
Hi, Tiny. And no, I didn't leave the stove on this time.
I got a use for you.
Although, sadly, I have done it before. Hope you're having a good, what day is today? Saturday. My days are all screwy still.
I can always use this.
But hope you're having a good one. Let's see. Yeah. So far, this game is interesting as well. I'm kind of bummed out I couldn't finish. I'll be lurking, gonna do some pew-pews. Need to shoot things in a few games. Nothing wrong with that. I hope you have a good lurk, you know. Oh shit. Damn it.
I didn't plan on this, goddammit.
Nope. But have fun with shooting, you know, your stuff and your Fortnite or whichever you're going to be on tonight. Can I turn this alarm off? I don't know. Now I know I gotta be more careful too. I swear I half thought that was some. Oh, oh, that's you. Thanks for the lurk again, Tiny. Hope you have it. Hope you enjoy your, you know, game tonight. All right.
Finally.
Okay, so looks like maybe we'll make it out of here. Let's see. Definitely searching all, especially all the cop cars. Okay, well, that's fine for now. Yeah, looks like we're full.
Another nest.
Oh. Yeah, I smell it. Oh.
How many Molotovs you got left?
Oh. You just used the last one.
You got any shit to make more?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, so we're gonna make another Molotov. And
This'll just take a sec.
let's see.
That'll do it. Ready? Here they come.
I don't. No, I don't want that. Damn it.
Hey, come on, get on.
Yeah, okay, give me a sec.
In a minute. Okay, so I still can't. Well, let's reload. If I can. Come on. Alright. Yes, won't let me reload. That's fine.
I've been thinking about what you said about riding north.
Just saying, you need to get away from here. Clear your head, you know?
In the morning, let's turn in the bounties, and we'll hit the road.
Hell yeah, brother. Now you're talking.
Alright, so we managed to make it through that.
Wanted a freak show.
Too many deaths, in my opinion, but we made it.
Place is crawling.
Oh, shit. This is gonna be fun. I got a hunch I'm gonna die a few times here. Unless I can get really good really fast.
Gonna need more ammo. What are you thinking? And I already know it's a bad idea.
You just ride on through. You pull as many of them off as you can. And I go in through the back, down that hill, find the garage.
Shit.
All right, you just give me a few minutes to find the part that I need. You ride back, we ride the hell out. After I kill a few of the bastards.
Swear to God, you got a death wish.
I think so too.
Not tonight.
Run, you stinking sons of bitches! Come on, that's right. Here I am, motherfuckers. Oakville's right here.
God damn. Alright. First things first, we're gonna.
Goddamn newts. Go on. Get out of here, you little shits.
Alright, let's see. Newts are skittish and usually stick to out of reach places like rooftops. They will attack if they sense you are low on health or if you invade their turf. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Just fine.
let's just try staying out of their way if we don't have to. Bushes provide cover for stealth. If you haven't been spotted, remain crouched with B to stay hidden and use rocks to create a distraction. That's good to know. Alright. Just gonna try it. Can I? Let's see what we got. More stuff for me. Molotovs, it looks like. More bandages. Okay. Sterilizer, it looks like. Okay. Let's turn the flashlight off. Be careful. Let's try not to attract attention if we can. I think I'm gonna need like lockpicks or something.
How's it going, brother? You ready?
Not yet. Still gotta find a way in the Willie's garage. Gotta be a fuel pump inside.
Hurry your ass up. I rode past one of those, what the hell do you call them?
Can't go that way.
Sigils.
Yeah. It means they're up here somewhere.
Okay, so that's a hiding spot.
It's not gonna open.
Where? It's going to be able to. No, I'm not going to be able to climb that. But where? Might be able to do that. Maybe. No. Alright. How am I going to get in here? There we go. Wonder if I can. I hit the button mash, and it's gonna kill me because I didn't button mash. God damn! Just not expecting that to jump out of the trunk at me. Makes me start all the way back here.
Goddamn newts. Go on. Get out of here, you little shits.
Hey, they're not gonna fuck with me. I'm not gonna fuck with them. Conserve ammo and whatnot. Get whatever supplies I can again.
Let's see.
Okay. At least we got something I overlooked. It's a little quieter than a gun. Go that way. We just don't want
How's it going, brother? You ready?
to attract attention.
Still gotta find a way in the Willie's garage. Gotta be a fuel pump inside.
Hurry your ass up. I rode past one of those, what the hell do you call them? The shit that Rippers put up.
Sigils.
Yeah. It means they're up here somewhere.
All right. Let's try this again, but this time let's not open the trunk of the car. All right, let's see.
Shit. Boarded up. I gotta find another way in. Maybe there's a way in through
but it looks like that newt thing also went up here.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought.
Damn, they're agile as fuck. Reload.
Get in there. Okay, here
There
we
we
go.
go.
Good night.
These things are fast. Much faster than I expected. Let's see.
Something out of this.
We got there.
Gotta be a fuel pump in here somewhere.
Maybe. All right. But we're also gonna probably, okay, we're gonna take it right off the bike.
Boozer, you there? I found the part. I'm heading out to the highway.
Deep hot. Rippers! Rippers! No, no, no! Ah! Ah, shit!
Well, let's
Rippers.
go stop these rippers.
Those man? God damn it.
As soon as I can find a way out. Oh my, get out of here. My... Okay, so just out the door.
Hang on, Booze man. I'm coming.
Right, can I...
Shit. Rippers.
The hell is...
Cats are dead symbols of a dead man. Dead symbols of the lost. Get off me!
Don't really know what the rippers are, but they look like they're...
You must be brought low, biker man. For you are lost, and we are found.
like some type of a zealot or something.
I'm not one of the found. You are the lost. You are lost. Get low.
God damn, though. You can enter cover by crouching next to it, pressing B. Okay. I knew what I already figured. While aiming, press left trigger and A to shoulder swap. Okay.
These dead symbols of the lost.
Get off me! Over here! Sons of bitches, get off us! Ripper assholes, come on!
You're the only one that took 2 shots.
Boozer.
I'm gonna kill them all.
Boozer. Fucking one of them. Oh my god. Let me help you up.
No, you don't. Get up. Fucking rippers. Gotta go. It's like they were waiting for me or something. Fuck.
God damn.
See them and then they were on me.
That definitely looks like a heavy bike, so...
Goddamn, I'm serious. Don't look at me.
Don't look at me! Get on the bike! Oh, shit! Go, go!
Oh shit. That's a lot of... That's a lot of rippers. God damn.
don't you wait out here? Let me make sure it's all clear.
Screw that. There's a bunk calling my name.
Alright, pretty much like we left it.
Why? Not like there's much to steal. Just gonna reintroduce myself.
Oh, thank God. I'm gonna go out, find some shit for your arm. You get my bike. You gonna be okay?
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
I'll head over to that Nero checkpoint. They gotta have sterile bandages and
Wait,
painkillers.
don't leave my bike there.
No. I'm gonna be going out on foot while it's still light out.
Hey, I've got some ammo if you need it. In the footlocker by the door.
Thanks.
Well, we'll see.
Don't take my shotgun.
Boozer. All right. Here you go.
Thanks, brother. Just feel kind of naked without it.
So I get just a pistol and maybe Molotovs. Alright, what do we got in here? So that's full. Ooh, I can get a crossbow. An improved version. I'll take a crossbow with me. Crossbow's quiet anyway. Unlike a shotgun. Alright, let's see. I probably can't use it because of where I'm at. That's fine. Let's see where we're going.
Damn it, Boozer. Your arm's not gonna be fine. Son of a bitch. I gotta find something for his arm.
Where are we? Okay, so we're leaving the motorcycle here. Now we're hoofing it on foot.
Get to mine before it gets dark. What the hell?
That's a long walk.
Boozer, are you awake?
Yeah, Deke. What's up?
I just saw someone sneaking around the safe house.
What the hell? What's he doing?
No idea. I'm gonna follow him. See if there's some more where
We are gonna find out.
get out.
There we go. Shit. Okay, so fall damage is the thing. That was not a very large fall, though. But good to know. All right, let's see. Let's grab the stuff again. And let's not make the fall this time. Or the jump this time.
Son of a bitch. I gotta find something for his arm. What the hell? Boozer, are you awake?
Yeah, Deke. What's up?
I just saw someone sneaking around the safe house.
What the hell? What's he doing?
Okay, so we have
No idea. I'm gonna follow him. See if there's some more where he came from. Deacon out.
okay, so we have stamina, which okay, I see the stamina bar now. Okay. So we're gonna have to binoculars and markings. Toggle the binoculars with the up arrow on the D-pad and aim at the enemies to mark them. Marking enemies makes it easier to follow their movement. Tracked enemies will display Their awareness level. Okay. Crossbow bolts are affected by gravity and will drop as they travel to their target when shooting at something far away. Aim higher to make sure the bolt hits. Okay. But now it's not what I wanted. How many can I mark?
What'd you find?
It's just like I said. Those drifters we saw riding on the same bike, they're holed up, just up the road.
Yeah? No shit.
Hell of a setup. Some kind of lookout tower, got a fence and everything. Ours for the ticket.
Sounds pretty sweet.
I say when it gets dark, we go in,
You can try.
and then make ourselves.
And we got an ad about to start here in a minute, everyone. It'll be a 3-minute ad break. Give me time to go ahead, stretch, refill my water for a few minutes. We're gonna stay crouched. Attempt to follow these guys so we don't. I don't know if we're following or if we're.
What?
Alright. No, stay down. Oh, I can search them. Okay.
Yeah.
About 10 seconds out from that ad. Then we'll go ahead and take a minute here. Give myself a minute to stretch. And get everything taken care of. For a few minutes. Ooh, what is that?
This'll do.
Take that. Baseball bat. Also take that. Oh, I had one already. That's fine. All right. So there's at least 2 more.
Shit, almost out.
Shit, that was not. Oh shit, there's a lot more than 2. Alright, we're in a short ad break, everyone. I will be back in 3 minutes. Thanks for sticking around. Right, and we are back. Let's try not to mess this up any more than I perhaps already did. Speaking of which, shit, I might be dead here.
Son of a bitch! He thinks he's safe back there. Get him!
Open fire!
No, I don't want. See what the range on this pistol is.
Get the bastard! He killed him! He shot me!
Not exactly realistic. The pistol's range, it's definitely not realistic for a pistol. Alright, we got gaining stealth. If you've been spotted by an enemy, get out of their line of sight and hide. They'll eventually give up searching for you. Okay.
Here you are. You gotta stop moving sometime. Yeah, kill him!
That's the last of them.
Because most pistols range, well, not most, pistols maximum range is 21 feet.
Stay the hell off, old lady.
And that was definitely a hell of a lot more than 21 feet.
I found their camp. Just a few drifters looking to move in our safe house.
Like we were saying before, it's time to start thinking about heading north.
Let's get your arm fixed up and then worry about hitting the road. I'm gonna be heading to my bike, deacon out.
That's a bit of a hike, especially because it's raining too.
Oh, damn freakers.
Swarms are sensitive to light. Okay. I guess let's turn the flashlight off for now. And let's try not to attract extra attention.
Oh, damn rain. If it's not the freaks, it's the goddamn rain.
I'd rather have the rain though.
Is it always raining? Where the hell am I? I gotta be getting close.
I don't even know for sure.
Gotta get to my bike.
Well, at least where I'm at. I know we're close, but let's just keep moving. If we can make it to the bike without attracting any attention, I'm
Gotta get close.
perfectly fine with that.
Where the fuck are you? This is it. This is where we left it.
Got here anything? Looks like it's gone though.
My bike's gone.
I knew it wasn't going to stay there for some reason. My gut told me it was going to disappear.
Damn it, Copeland! Hey! You're from Copeland's camp? Where the hell is my bike? Hey, stop! White, god damn it!
I didn't take your bike, man. I swear.
I'm not gonna kill you! Stop running!
You gotta ask Copeland. I don't know nothing.
Hey! My bike!
I didn't do nothing.
Oh, god damn it, alright. Boozer, you there?
Yeah, get your bike?
Nope. Copeland's men got to it before I did. I'm heading to his camp. Beacon out.
We're gonna try to get it back anyway. Shit, we're gonna have to, we might have just done fucked up. I should have dropped him before. Or been crouched.
Hey, John, is that you? Some son of a bitch stole my bike!
Know nothing about that. You gotta go talk to your man.
Okay. Yeah, that's where I'm headed.
It's kind of the plan.
Hey, Manny.
Hey, I haven't seen you around lately. You've been too busy to notice. Nose down. Work hard, they feed you.
Yeah, camper's life.
Yeah, camper's life. I read a book once. Zen and the Art of Bike Repair. You ever read it?
No, I didn't have a lot of time for books back in the day.
Yeah. I ran a shop. Farewell. Made all the grease monkeys read it. Being a mechanic requires great peace of mind, it said. Try working on an empty stomach. That'll focus your mind.
Manny, I'm looking for a bike.
Yeah? Oh. You don't want that one.
Why not?
It just came off the truck. I mean, some dumb son of a bitch left it out in the shit. Rusted up good. It rode hard, too. The fool that rode it didn't know shit about bikes.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Shot the hell this one. I mean, he just partied it out. I mean, it didn't even have a fuel pump. We could have used that.
Man, fuel pump like this one?
Okay.
Like this one, Manny.
Okay. See, now when I said fool, what I meant was the fools that brought that bike in. See, they didn't tie that shit down properly, so they left it like rattling around back there.
Deke,
And
let's talk. Looks like you had some trouble.
Got hit hard last night. Rippers game. Twice now they've been up here. Some say looking for you and Boozer.
Out in the shit, folks say a lot of things.
Folks around here take care of their own. Go enough days without food. Well, you see how it is.
Lake not holding out?
You get a fair amount of trout. Lake's fed by snowmelt. No one left to stock with fish. Gonna run out sooner or later.
Like everything else.
If I had to eat fish, well, I guess that's all I had. I'd be okay, but not a fish eater.
We go hunting out here with the old man. We build deer blinds out here. Put down salt licks below us. Pick them off clean. Some winters had so much venison we couldn't eat it all.
I didn't think that was legal. Deer baiting back in the day.
My old man had only one law, the United States Constitution. He could only see us now. America, land of the free.
We are that.
See what we got going on now.
Saw Leon the other day.
Yeah?
He was bringing me something.
Is that right?
Folks here in a lot of pain, Deke.
Oh, Leon. Tug said that he took off. No one's seen him.
Tell you what. You find his stash. You bring it to me. To me, Deke. You do that, well, we'll see what we can do for you.
The bike that your men stole, that your men parted out.
Salvage, Deke. Salvage.
All right. I'll try to keep that in mind.
By the way, nice hat.
What?
No, this one.
Don't you ever
Now,
touch
hold on. Leon wore a hat like this, didn't
it. Cope, I swear to God.
Don't. You want to do business in my camp? You start doing some runs for me.
Cope. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm here anyway. What do you got?
Now that's more like it. A group of drifters has been harassing my supply runs. They've moved into the radio tower west of O'Leary Mountain. Isn't that your backyard?
No, it's not, but I'll take care of them.
I thought you might.
Alright. Well, I guess we don't really much have a choice, so steal your bike and then they make you work to get it back. Well, maybe anyway. Oh, there's something I can turn in. Alright, what can I turn in? Freaker ears can be collected and turned into encampment bounty collectors for trust and credits. Different freakers provide different rewards. Okay.
Hope you got some bounties for me. Cool. Looks like you've been busy.
That's all I got.
Yippers?
Right.
Okay.
Why are you here?
See you later.
Hey, whatever.
See. Encampment merchants sell guns, ammo, and supplies. If you have enough credits and trust, higher trust levels, unlock new items. Purchasing a gun automatically adds it to your gun locker. Okay.
We got some good shit if you're buying.
Let's see, so I have 62. Partially refill, so I can. Oh, that's rifle ammo. I guess we'll
Good choice.
take the rifle ammo, even though the rifle's not great.
Come by any time.
And a pinch it could work at range.
Deke, hold up. I just want to say how sorry I am. I didn't know, I swear.
You have any idea how much time I put into that bike? It was a drifter bike, Manny.
I know. I'll make it up to you, I swear. I put together a new one.
You call this piece of shit a bike?
I know. It's not... Look, I'll keep an eye out for more parts.
Better than nothing.
I swear.
Okay, and what about my custom gas tank, Manny? You know, the one that I got from my dead wife. You gonna keep an eye out for that one, too?
Jesus, Deke, I'm sorry.
Oh, shit.
Get the fuck out of my way.
Alright. So they stole,
Manny, it's done.
Wait a sec. I'll open it.
Alright, so we can do skills. Let's see what we got. Skills. Alright. So endurance, ranged combat, or survival. For now, we're going to go for survival, depending on what I can get, because, well... Plans to place on the mini-map. Okay. So I'm not really... Excuse me, that worried about those survival perks at the moment. Kill smaller enemies successfully. I'm gonna go for field repairs for now, because we don't want my pistol to break in combat or anything like that. Melee weapons can be repaired, but press right trigger and survival wheel to repair a melee weapon with scrap. Alright. Now let's see. Okay, there is a save. Let's go ahead and save, because one thing I've learned many times in playing video games is save. Drifting. While accelerating, press right trigger and tap B to perform a drift. Drifting while turning can help you take a corner quicker. Right? Lost bike. If you lost your bike either at the bottom of the lake or somewhere off a cliff or in the vastness of the farewell wilderness, and are still close to it, you can see it on the map to recover it at a nearby location. Okay. Yeah, this
You there?
bike is better than nothing.
How you doing? How's the arm?
Like I said, I'll be fine.
I'm still gonna head to that Nero checkpoint, find some sterile bandages, ointment, something.
Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm gonna go out. Make sure the mountain's clear.
No, those are third-degree burns. You stay there, you rest, okay? I'll be there as soon as I can.
I guess. I could do something for you.
Yeah, I guess I'll see what I can find. This is it.
Okay. Fight or flight. Sometimes the best strategy is to run away if you have stamina available.
The Nero checkpoint, I gotta find
How
some
do
shit
I...
clothes or something.
There we go. Shit. I have no health for myself even, so... Saving game at your bike. Quick save at your bike. Hold Y. Does not work while in combat or in a mission. Alright. Well, we're in a mission, so we're gonna have to find another way in. Sure, this is gonna be locked too.
Guess not.
That's just a hiding spot. What's up here? Maybe an opening in the roof. No. Let's see. It's craft couple. Or 5 if I can. That'll get me by for now. What's that? Okay, I'm definitely gonna take the axe over the bat. Alright, so now.
Bingo. Here it is.
Okay, what did we just find? Alright. That's a hiding spot, okay.
Come on, you son of a bitch. You better start.
Because this isn't going to be loud and attract attention, right?
Gas.
Oh, crap. Hold on. Yes. Alright. No, I didn't want to hide in the dumpster. Wanted to see what's on this guy. Some scrap. Can I find any gas somewhere? Maybe. I doubt it. Hopefully something's not going to jump out at me though here. Let's see. No gas here. Yes, probably going to be across the street area, most likely. I think I just found some gas. Yes, I did. Alright. Let's find this generator. And let's fuel it up. Yeah, okay.
Needed this. Good.
Go, but it's still going to attract attention, probably. Generators aren't quiet.
Damn it. That's gonna bring them all down on me.
Speakers. Where the hell are the speakers?
Sterile bandages, sterile bandages. Where the hell would they keep this shit? Okay.
Definitely in a loot around here. Molotov cocktail stuff. Alright, looks like we got the bandages and everything.
Yes, sterile bandages.
Oh, well, now we got the bandages.
They're ordered. Now I just gotta get this back to Boozer. How? Hello.
How is that? Neuro injector. Neuro injectors can be found inside Neuro mobile medical units, Neuro checkpoints. Use them to permanently increase health, stamina, and focus. Okay. That's what I was kind of looking for.
Nero tank. Some sort of a injector of some kind.
Alright, let's see. I'm doing okay on health at the moment. Let's go for stamina. Might regret that, but we're gonna go for stamina.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Alright, let's see.
I can use this.
Ooh, gun locker. Can I get in there? Filthy ammo. Alright. Bandages, we'll take that. Okay, actually, recorder.
Got word a few minutes ago. All the work we've been doing out here is a waste of time. Hundreds of infected people are swarming up the highway out of Farewell. There's no stopping them. Checkpoints are all on the run. We're pulling out. Okay, I'm coming.
It's shit. Not.
Bugged out with your friends. Welcome to my world, you stupid son of a bitch.
Yeah, not surprising.
Speakers. Where the hell are the speakers?
They're outside. Okay. Shit. Shit, 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 shit. At least the axe isn't a one and done. But I do need to get these gone so I can shut off these fucking speakers.
Shut the hell up.
Got them all. I don't hear anything, so I think we're good. I think we got them all. Alright, that's... Alright, let's get out of here.
Boozer, you there? Boozer, goddammit, answer me. He's not picking up. Where is he?
Which either means...
St. John, this is Cope. When you get to the tower, our radio uplink has been shut down. I'll pay you to restore it.
So these men, you know them? Because shutting down Radio Free Oregon seems kind of personal.
Goddamn right it's personal. It used to be a part of
Shit.
my camp.
Come on.
Seems they didn't like the rules against
Fuck. Shit, shit, shit. Yeah. And I really
Goddamn right it's personal.
didn't want to have to
It used
do
be a
that,
part of my
but
camp. Seems they didn't like the rules against stealing, raping, murdering.
Hell, maybe they're like me, just tired of listening to your paranoid truther bullshit.
St. John out.
I mean, I knew it was going to attack if I couldn't get out of there. Alright, we're just going to see if we can get away with not stopping. Okay, well, at least we're back to... back to camp area, so now I can... Shit. Learn to drive, apparently. Because I can't drive a motorcycle to save my life. No, it's not what I wanted. Alright. Let's go. Actually, this isn't the camp. This one might be. Yeah, this is the camp.
Hey, Boozer, I, found some shit for your arm. Boozer? Shit.
Boozer. Hey. Hurry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, shit.
Shit, Deke. Could have blown your goddamn head off.
Look, let me see that arm, huh?
No, I got
Come on,
this.
let me see that
Look,
arm.
I
Come on.
got it.
All right.
Deke. Thanks, brother. Look, I'll be better, okay? I'm gonna be fine.
At least he was still alive. All right. He's my brother. Goal, I have to keep Boozer alive. Okay. Which suggests there's a possibility he could have maybe died. So we have to locate the Cascade radio tower. All right, let's make sure. Ammo's full. Fine. We should be good on that. Might need to find fuel if we have any here, because I'm sure the bike is low on fuel after that.
Yeah, scrap.
There's fuel. Molotov cocktail stuff. Let's. Okay, so that's. Come on. Yeah, let's put the pipe bomb back away. So the last thing we want to do is blow myself up. Let's fill you up.
Done.
Especially because I don't know how far we're gonna have to go.
Let's see what I can do.
Let's keep you repaired too, because don't need it to break down while I'm running around. All right. As I hit a rock.
One more thing. When they left, it appears they may have stolen some automatic rifles and a few shotguns. Watch yourself.
Jesus, Cope, thanks for the heads up.
I do what I can.
Yep.
Help out.
Yeah, I'm a great motorcycle driver. Not. Sorry. I'll get there eventually. I just gotta slow the hell down and Not that I was going that fast, but where'd the gas can go? There it is.
Fuel can.
We're gonna fuel up the bike, and then we're gonna pick up the little bit of supplies down here, and we're gonna head out.
Needed this. That should be it.
And we might have to do it slow. While I try to figure out, get used to the handling of this bike.
Always need scrap.
Alright. Not gonna lie, the other bike did handle better. I guess that works. Alright.
One more thing. When they left, it appears they may have stolen some automatic rifles and a few shotguns. Watch yourself.
Jesus, Coke, thanks for the heads up.
Let's not make that mistake again.
What you can, son of a bitch.
So we're gonna go up against automatic rifles and shotguns with a pistol, an axe, and a crossbow. Done harder things than that, but shit. Not today. Although the axe is about to break now, but that's fine. I can deal with that.
Shit.
I don't know if that's...
What the hell? Yeah, come on! Come on!
No.
Run at him! Move it back! Move back! That's it.
Just quickly repair. I'll leave the bike there for now.
Gotcha. Cover! 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 Reload! Shot me! What was that? Get the bastard! He killed him! What else? Don't let him flank me!
Okay, there we go. We're actually kind of getting into the headshot routine here. I'll take it.
No.
Shit. Ah, fuck. I didn't move fast enough. Alright, that's fine. No. Get off. Bye. repair the bike though again. Just this way it's done. Alright. That's right. Come on this way. So I don't have to waste any ammo. I have to be mindful of distance.
Okay, here we go. Yes.
See anyone else at the moment. It's fine, we can keep that. At least 8 or so, it looks like, if those are people. Let's try and be smart about this. Shit, this rifle sucks.
Load, reload!
Give me the shotgun.
Fine now.
I know where.
He's hold up! Moving!
Someone cover me! Moving up! I can't get him!
Throw a grenade! Pull back, everyone! Pull back!
Alright, let's see.
Oh my God! Get around him! Fire!
Come on, come on, come on.
Gotta stop this. Go, go, I'm moving! Now! Move back!
Not moving, yeah?
Get to him! Wait, we can't move around.
So mess up my...
They got him! Someone's...
approach here, but for messing it up, we're actually not doing that bad. Where
Topping off.
are you? Alright.
Moving back.
Where are you?
Kill him, kill him. Shot.
Jesus, how many men have you pissed off?
Enough. Alright, let's... craft as many of these as I can. I don't know if I have to bring the
This has got to be the generator, but it's been shot down.
weapons back to the locker necessarily for them to, or the safe for them to be there.
That should do it. There we go.
Drop it!
If you had bullets, I wouldn't be breathing now, would I?
Please, mister.
I don't shoot women if I have a choice. Do I have a choice?
I ain't got nothing. I got nowhere to go.
Jesus Christ.
Entrances can be found in ambush
Alright.
camps. Alright.
See if they got an underground bunker.
Ooh, 22. What do I...
What's this?
22's not bad. Pretty inexpensive overall, too.
Here it is. Okay.
So this should be... Oh, that's right. Well, not... Yeah, it is right in there. It is. There's the underground part of the bunker. Alright. See what's down here. So far, nothing. Map.
Hey, this is handy. A map. All marked up. Yeah, nice.
Nothing wrong with the map. Not gonna complain about finding a map. That's for damn sure. Craft recipe unlocked. Ambush camp hunter. Okay. That could be useful.
Guess they won't be needing it. Not anymore.
Alright. So, newly determined recipes and craftables are shown in the survival wheel. Okay. Sleeping. Use bunks at safe houses. Safe locations like bunkers or safe houses to sleep in advance time. Some challenges like infestations can be approached differently depending on the time of day. Additionally, progress can be saved when near a bunk. Okay, good to know.
Just gonna close my eyes for a bit.
All right.
I just finished clearing the radio tower for Copeland. I'm gonna climb the tower, see if I can see anything.
First, we're going to finish looting the bunker. Because I didn't finish exploring. That's axe is about to break, though, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. We'll keep the axe for now. Might regret that decision, but we'll keep the axe for now. Let's just see. It's the map. That's the bat. That's the gun locker. Okay. Specials got crossbow. Alright, so let's see if there's weapons are still lying around out here. Actually, you know what? Let's do real quick. Let's do this. So apparently I can't store weapons in here. At least not yet. Alright. Alright. Come on. I mean, there we go.
Hey, Deke, you okay? You don't sound like yourself.
It's nothing. You know, I just let this drifter get the drop on me. Lucky for me, she was out of ammo.
You let her go, didn't you?
Okay, yeah, fuck. Yes, I let her go.
One of these days, Deke, that code of yours is gonna get you killed.
Yeah, well, something's gonna do it, right? Does it matter what? Deacon out.
It might, but you know what? Better to have somewhat of an honor code than just killing everyone in sight. We're gonna head toward the motorcycle. Well, I can find the motorcycle. That's
Always need this.
I don't remember where I parked it. Oh, I see it. Okay, there's the marker on the map for it. Alright. We're a little bit of a ways off from it, so. Alright. Go. Let's not do that again. Because that little drop would probably kill me too. Okay, when landing, you can reduce damage done to your bike by using L to angle the tires parallel to the ground. Okay. Not my greatest move, but we got
St.
it.
John to Copeland's camp. It's done. The radio tower's locked down. I've restored your radio uplink.
Copy that. You may not see the value in St. John.
Alright, we got an ad starting in about a minute here, everybody.
The savages.
Be about a 3-minute ad break. Give me a moment to refill my water and everything.
Square meals.
Why is it taking me back here? Did I miss something? Shit. Alright. Shit. Come on. Oh, you know what? I did miss something. I completely forgot. Gotta climb the radio tower. Got here. Alright, ad's gonna be starting any minute, everybody. top. Quite a climb, though.
Jesus, what a climb. All right.
Nice view, though. Damn, hell of a nice view.
We're right. Someone's on the mountain. I see
Fire
smoke from
over
their
there.
campfire.
Son of a bitch. I knew I heard something. Where are they? I'm gonna head out there.
No, god damn it, Boozer. Gotta get your arm healed up so we can ride the hell out of here. I'll take care of him.
Oh, shit. It's just going a little stir crazy here, Dick.
Just try to stay away.
All right, we are in a short ad break, everyone. I will see you back in a few minutes. Thanks for sticking around. All right, and we are back. Thank you for sticking around. Let's keep moving.
Dicking out.
We're gonna head toward, well, down to the bike, and then head toward the camp, or whatever that is that's got the smoke going.
Oh, Jesus. I gotta get in shape.
I still feel that. Like, that climb would not be fun even for me. Matter of fact, I don't even know why I was looking down. That,
Almost there.
no.
Come on, keep going. Almost there.
Heights aren't exactly my friend like that. Like, you know, I can
Oh, shit's killing me.
climb up stuff, but looking down, no. Alright, sounded like engines. Alright, so we're making progress. Goal to keep Boozer alive. Okay, so the more I'm seeing this, if I'm not careful, there's a possibility that Boozer could die. I don't know. That was like, hopefully, if that is the case, hopefully we can keep him alive. So we're lowish on fuel. Let's just do a quick save since I'm on the bike. Alright. Come on. Come on. There we go. I said I was good at driving them, but I try. Although the team's gonna probably force me to get good at it because of repairs. And materials actually needed for the repair. Careful.
St. John to Copeland's camp. It's done. The radio tower's locked down, and I've restored your radio.
Shit.
Copy that. You may not see the value in St. John, but Radio Free Oregon is the only thing keeping us from turning into savages.
No cope, the only thing keeping us from turning into savages is about 9 square meals. Try going hungry for 3 days. There's no such thing as a starving patriot.
Well, sir, I hope to God you're wrong about that. Copeland out.
Radio Free Oregon. Jesus, what have I done?
Booze man, you awake? I'm heading to that camp you spotted north of the mountain.
I heard gunshots. Might be an ambush camp.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Find out when I get there. Deacon out.
Keep an eye on your bike's health.
Grabs you a couple of items if you want to swim.
Booze man, you were right. They set up along the railroad tracks.
Shit.
Kill everyone in this fence of bitches.
That was kind of the plan. Deacon out.
See if I can do this real quick, even though I'm
Kill him!
Kill this son of a bitch!
shit. That was stupid. I don't want the bike, damn it. I want the fucking. Damn it, that. It's a shotgun.
Deke, you there? Grabs you a couple of items if you want to swim by.
Oh, Boozer, that's amazing. Yeah, I do need some.
Well, we'll have to deal with that in a minute.
Pulling back! Cover me!
Not my best firefight right now. Not even close.
Moving back! Falling back! Shot me! Moving back! I need covering fire! Killed him!
Yes. Although I messed that up too, so.
That's the last of them. Stay the hell off O'Leary Mountain.
I have come way too close to dying a few times on this. I gotta start using stealth better. I shouldn't have rode the bike into the camp that closely either, though, so I definitely fucked that up. Alright, let's
Boozer,
see.
it's done. Squatter camp. They won't be doing any more killing on O'Leary Mountain.
Good. Deke, I should have been there. To help, I mean,
Just rest up, Booze, man. Rest up. We're riding north. Just rest up, Booze, man. Rest up. We're riding north as soon as your arm heals. You got that?
yeah, I hear you. Boozer out.
At least we survived that. Barely, but we survived it.
Marauders, good. Yeah, waiting for me, huh?
Let's keep looting. Anything I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride up to the cemetery and see if I can find Leon's stash.
Sorry. What was that?
Rest up, Boozer. We're heading north as soon as you can ride.
North. Yeah.
Alright. Oh, shh.
Deke,
Alright, that's. Damn.
did you say you were heading north?
At least it was just
Good
like
man.
bells.
You know I wouldn't ride north without you.
Yeah, I know.
I was half expecting it to be a trip mine.
Well, third-degree burns will do that to you.
Yeah. So, take care of Alvarez, you know. Deke, it means a lot to me.
I'll take care of her, Boozer. Just get some rest. Deacon out.
There, at least we have bandages now.
Deke. Oh, god damn it. I'm sick and tired of drifters coming in my camp, killing folk like we were out in the shit.
What's going on, Cope?
A man come in, drugged out of his mind, shot the place up, then he just took off. Manny said his bike's got a red tank on it, and he was wearing some kind of motocross helmet, silver.
Okay, if I go
Speaking
now,
of
I might be able to
bites.
catch up to him.
I want him alive, Deke.
Alive?
Alive. You catch this man, then radio me. We'll fetch him and hang the bastard right from that limb.
Alright, let's fix
Time we start
this.
showing these drifter sons of bitches that we have law and order in this camp.
There we
No
go.
offense meant to yourself.
We are also low on fuel. So we're gonna have to pay attention to that. Nitrous boosting. You can't boost without equipping your bike with nitrous. Purchase an upgrade at the encampment. Okay. Eventually. Really don't want nitrous just yet. I have to get used, gotta get good at the bike without it.
There. I was thinking about heading down to that logging camp and clear out those nests. Let's see more freaks up here.
Boozer, no, you're gonna get yourself killed. You gotta wait till you're whole, brother. I'm over here anyway, so I'll take care of the nest, okay?
Shit, come on.
Thanks, Deke.
Deke, wait till tonight. Fewer freaks inside those nests. Or take them out while it's still light out. There'll be more of them, but they won't be as strong.
Shit, we got snipers now? Fuck. Oh, it's not a... hold on. That's not a death yet.
Someone's hit!
Jackasses.
This is Radio Free Oregon. The truth shall set you free. Who remembers the skid rows in this great country? People living on the streets in boxes and
The
tents
hell?
because they couldn't afford the American dream.
How?
Some of those good people fought for this very country, only to have the feds forget about them as soon as they were done with them. PTSD doesn't stand for post-traumatic stress disorder. It stands for put them soldiers down.
None of this
We're all homeless now.
is gonna work.
It's the way of our forebears. The feds used to think we needed their welfare and handouts to survive. We showed them how wrong they were. What we need now is a strong will, determination,
Have to
trust in each other. The feds were never gonna give us that. And you want our trust?
sneak around because
This is Mark Copeland for Radio Free Oregon. Don't believe the lies.
I don't want him to. I don't want them to drop me.
Radio Free Oregon is on the air once again. Oh, Jesus, what have I done?
Let's see.
That's it.
Yeah, you're right. That is it, dumbass. See if I can. Some guns are so powerful their shots can pierce through multiple enemies with one round. When using sniper rifles or other guns, try lining up multiple enemies. Okay, if the opportunity presents itself. We got one. I don't know, only got one round for that. I don't think it's worth it for one bullet. I know I can find more, but back to the motorcycle. Well, we'll get there. Let's see what's here. Might find gas here that I can use. Sounds like a storm is a-coming. What do we got up here? Go ahead and take a look.
Yes.
Not going to turn down a med kit. Hell no. Sledgehammer can stay for now. Pipe bombs. That's okay. That I can deal with. Alright, no fuel yet. Let's keep looking, see if we can find some. If not, we'll just take my chances and hoof it back to the bike and see how long it lasts. Take a quick look around. It's tow trucks, so there's a chance that there'd be fuel here. Baseball bat. Bathroom, okay. Let's just see if there's any fuel at these tow trucks or ammunition available. And the police car. Alright, good shit. We got some ammunition. And we got fuel. Good shit. Now, let's head back to the bite and put the fuel in. Yeah, we wouldn't have made it very far on the amount of fuel that's left.
That's it.
Alright. Sorry, we never got to search these. We were too busy being sniped by the guy on the high ground. Alright. Let's back up. Let's see. Can I? Alright, so this is what? Well, where am I actually? I appear to be like right here. Yep. Alright, let's... Okay, let's not worry about that one for now. Let's head this way. Alright. Let's see what we got. Alright. I also need to pay attention, make sure when we get close. If,
Okay, this is it. Yeah. Oh, this camp is gonna be crawling. No mats. How long you been up here, huh? Setting up ambushes, hitting some
Alright.
rounds.
Yeah. Nah, you gotta leave the bike out here, Deke, or it'll pull all of them down on you.
yeah, definitely need to leave the bike here. Now we're gonna try. I'll try being the key word here. Try and be stealthy. But every time I try in games like this, I tend to mess it up. It's fine. We mess it up, we deal with it. I know there's going to be more. The question is where.
More here? Yep.
There.
Oh, but that blows up real good.
Don't really want to blow stuff up. Okay, freaker infestations. Freaker infestations are highly dangerous areas where freakers congregated to build their nests to hibernate during the day. Burn all the nests in an infestation to clear the path for fast travel. Okay, this is going to be fun. I wonder. Shit, that's not going to work anymore.
Down you go.
Okay. What the hell? Why in the hell would you equip a...
How'd you like that? Huh? Come on, you sons of bitches, come on.
Shit. And I don't have... Shit, I didn't think that through very well. Shit, shit, shit. No, run. Fuck. Ah, that's what I get for messing up my combinations. Oh well, tried to heal and fucked that up. Alright. At least now I have an idea of what to do.
Okay. Oh, there's gotta be a nest in this shack.
Yep.
Oh yeah, a nest. Okay, you boys just keep right on sleeping. Don't pay no attention to me.
Hear you.
Got you.
Yeah, but you also probably just got a couple more. Come on.
More bounties.
That could have been worse. So we'll take it.
Use this.
Let's see. These things are fast, though. These are some, even the more grown zombie things are fast.
Oh, but that blows up real good.
Let's see.
Okay.
And it takes 3 rounds to drop the zombie from that distance. That's not the... Yes, we are getting low on ammo, sadly, but
How'd you like that? Huh? Come on, you sons of bitches, come on.
alright, let's just, I guess, do the best I can to melee the shit out of everything. Fuck! That was a lot of shit. I didn't expect that much volume of zombies. Alright. It's the camp. So no, now I have to re-clear out the camp.
How'd you like that? Huh? Come on, you sons of bitches, come on.
Really don't want them to come on. Alright, that's done. Not equipped enough for a fight with them, so that being said, let's head back to the bike.
Okay. There's gotta be a nest in this shack.
I thought we already took care of it, or is there another one I need to take care of?
Okay, one nest done. How many more you got?
Is there another one here? Let's see. So there's another one there. Is there anything? Or is it done? I don't see anything I can shoot that, well,
I got a use for you. Fuel can.
blow you up. You know what? No, I don't, but I bet you. Hold on. Come on. There we go.
Alright. Fire in the hole. Come on, boys and girls. Let's do this.
Any of you I can handle. But I know from what I saw a moment ago that eventually one of these fights is gonna just be insane. Hopefully by then I'll have more ammunition. Oh, and my gas is almost full anyway. That's fine. Alright, what's... Alright, so that just got me, what is that? Clear the zombies. We already did that part for that camp. Drugged out his mind. For now, we'll go take care of this camp since it's right here. And then we'll go take care of the drugged out his mind quest. Yes. Once we get in with like 100 meters though, we're parking the bike. Okay, or we're parking it here because I can see snipers. And now I'm not gonna lie, I wish I kept the damn sniper rifle. Even though it was only one bullet, I wish I kept it. Because I can't do shit from this distance to him. But if I can keep out of sight, it might not matter. So we gotta get to that bridge somehow without getting spotted. So bushes are gonna be our friend. Want to try and I think the sniper's this way. If they are this way, I want to try and take care of them before. If they're not, they're a little higher up, we'll deal with it. Let's. So I don't see him, which means it's probably higher up.
I can't let any of them get out of here alive. A bunch of rapists and murderers.
And we're just gonna ignore that warning.
One down. Let's do this.
We got this. We got one. We can manage the rest if we're careful. We'll leave you there for now. Shit.
Men coming! Marauders!
Ah, I should have scanned my area better.
There we go.
Come on now, buddy. While you're out there, why don't you drop your weapon? Come out where we can see you.
How about I don't and just fucking kill you instead?
Gotta stop moving slow.
You like killing drifters, is that it? How do you like it now?
I know where you're at. Not moving. Get 'em!
We're gonna have to. Shit. No, shit, move. You notice what I got. And I'll just have to deal with it.
I got you.
This is going a little better than I expected. Not great, but at least 4 of them there.
I need cover and fire.
Covering fire! Covering fire!
Heal, heal.
Pull back!
Where are you?
One more to go.
Yeah, but I think the one more to go is the sniper. And I gotta find the sniper. Yeah, looks like my axe is almost gone, so it is. Alright, can I actually get this guy with stealth? Yes, I actually can.
That's the last of them. Guess your days of setting ambushes around here are over.
Tell you one thing though, I definitely need to
I know you got one.
I definitely need to work on getting
This is
better.
Radio Free Oregon. The truth shall set you free. It's the Wild West again. And some men are acting like law and order are a thing of the past. But last I checked, this is still
That's
the
probably going to be your
United States of
bunker.
America. And in America, the right of property shall not be infringed. We have the right to claim territory, to hold it, and to defend it. Sure, we took this land from the Indians. No point in rewriting history. But we took it by force. And force is the only thing that will move us now. for a bunch of bullies. If the feds or rippers or marauders think they're gonna come rolling into my wilderness, they got another thing coming. The strongest survive. The strongest take, and the strongest will
Man.
succeed. This is Mark Copeland for Radio.
Okay, so we got some. What is that? Stamina cocktail. Okay, that could be useful.
Listen to Cope. Law and order are a thing of the past. What the hell are you talking about? But yeah, you got a point about force being the only thing that matters now. Force and a lot of goddamn ammo.
Yeah, and speaking of force and ammo and stuff, I have to actually get better at this game and not and pay attention to my surroundings. Because I have a tendency just to run and gun and mess stuff up. Or try to be stealthy and then just end up dead anyway. Alright.
Ready to go back at it.
Let's see. Where do we want to head next? There's more infestations there. That's the Nero research site. Where is... Thought we already did all that, unless we... It's fine. We will make my way there for now. After we go get the bike.
St. John, this is Copeland. I haven't seen Boozer in a few days. He used to do runs for me is all. I know you ride with him. Tried to radio him. Can't seem to reach him. Well, you see him, you tell him to swing by and say hello to Cope. I would much appreciate it. Copeland out.
I can't stand this guy. Can't wait till we're done with him. I mean, he lost me my motorcycle. All right. Fine, we're gonna head back to the motorcycle and then we're gonna head to that objective that's about 582 meters away. And see what we got. Alright. Let's go. Now we're starting to get the hang of the bike a little better, at least at this moment. Nope, can't go that way though. Scraping a little bit of paint, that's fine. So we're close, we're getting there.
Hey, Cope, this man a tractor. Kill.
Why do you care? It's just another bounty is a man named Randall. Been with the camp almost a year. I didn't know the other two. You want me to ask?
No, I guess not.
You find that son of a bitch, you radio me. Copeland out.
Let's leave the bike here.
This is it.
Kind of a waste of an axe, but axe is quieter than
Meat.
quieter than using a gun, especially considering we're going into like camp we have to raid and whatnot. Alright. Let's do this. Let's craft, use. If I can, we'll craft some more. At least make sure. That we're ready. Go gas up. Just as I found it, so I don't do this now, the gas can will probably disappear. No. Alright. Do I need... Do I need to take the motorcycle in there? Did say a motorcycle was required for this.
Which way? Still got the... There he is!
Nope. Okay. So bike your bounty. Some bounty targets will stand and fight, others will flee. Chase your target down and capture them alive to complete the job. Ramming into and shooting their bike are your best option. You need to keep the target alive.
Silver helmet, red gas tank. That's him. Oh shit! The hell? So you thought you'd ride into Copeland's camp, shoot the place up, that about right? Kill a few folks, take some shit, just ride out like you just chop it. Let him get away, Deke.
Try not to. Except I can't shoot and drive, so... It's a bike combat. While on the bike, tap LB to acquire target and... Okay, so I can. Good shit. It's... Damn it.
Hey, asshole! Stop the damn bike!
Maybe I should have gotten the nitrous upgrade. But I haven't been back to his camp. I'm gonna have a better luck trying to ram his ass. It's hard to shoot from a moving vehicle in this game. Shit. Come on.
Let him get away, Deke.
Shit. Alright. So we gotta try to do better on the next run.
This man will track him down.
Failing a bike chase, upgrading your bike's engine. It's kind of what I thought. So maybe
Why do you care? It's just another.
we should see if I can do any upgrades. Where? Let's see if we can do any upgrades before we do anything else, because I think that will help.
One of them is a man named Randall. Been with the camp almost a year. I didn't know the other two. You want me to ask?
No, I guess not.
You find that son of a bitch. You radio me. Copeland out.
Here's the asshole that cost me my other bike, or disassembled my good bike. All right, let's see. I don't even know if I can. Speed determines the distance at which enemies can hear you. Determines how many ammo refills your bike can take. Right now, I want
Oh yeah, that's a good piece.
engine 1. That one. Let's see. Can I afford it? Can. I don't know if it's a good idea to use it because I suck at driving it as it is. Okay, so that's all I can do, it looks like. No, we can do that too. All right, there we go.
Need a couple of
Thanks,
guys
man.
for about the nest of
Get out of the way.
No, freaker nest. Female king.
It's a little better. There's a gas in here though.
Let me tell you, they call him that for a reason. Brought down a
what's
damn
up?
horde on us. Had to run for our lives.
So we got an ad starting in about 40 seconds, everybody. It'll be about a 3-minute ad. Should give me a few minutes just to go ahead and stretch. Refill my water and things of that nature.
Hold on a second. Hello.
I'm not leaving yet. I'm trying to find gas.
Deacon, been keeping an eye on that gas tank. One with the custom paint job you've been asking about.
Hey, Manny.
Yes.
From my experience, ain't nothing zen about repairing your bike.
Oh, it's the book that he was talking about.
Manny, what's going on?
It doesn't appear that there's gas in here.
Hold on a second. I'll open it.
Ad should be starting any minute, everybody. Give me a few minutes again to go ahead and stretch and move around for a few minutes, and then we'll be right back to
Smells gross.
going after the. We'll do a quick save.
Crap themselves in this?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need fuel. Yeah. See what's up here, I guess. So it's a sentry tower. Okay. Basically.
Get out of the way.
I wonder about the freaker sometime.
Hey, Deke.
Alright, we are in a quick ad break, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. I'll see you back in about 3 minutes. All right, and we are back. Let's go ahead and do a quick look at the map again. Thanks for sticking around as well. Right now, what I need to do is, before I go anywhere, I need to find the hideout. My hideout area again on the map. I don't remember where it's at. That's the radio tower. That's the Neo checkpoint. It's a checkpoint. That's it. That's what I'm looking for. We're just gonna quickly travel there. Because I know we're low on fuel. And I don't think we're gonna make it.
The truth shall set you free.
If I don't.
Broke another goddamn razor this morning. In our supposed global utopia, instead of getting the best products from around the world, we got the shittiest products cheap foreign labor could churn out.
Alright.
Everything in the last 50 years was built to break, so that you could buy once, buy again, buy. You always had to get the new car, the new phone,
Would be
this and
a
that, all to feed the beast of crass commercialism.
gas tank around here
You want something built to
somewhere.
last? You couldn't go overseas.
There it is.
Nope. You need real, hard-working Americans at the helm. When we build something, it'll stand the test of time. And the same hands that built this country, they'll withstand anything this new world throws at us.
And then we'll have to
Our roads
look at
may have
repairs
flaws,
as well.
but they do not break. And neither will we. This is Mark Copeland for Radio Free Oregon. Don't believe the lies.
They look pretty broken to me, Cope, but hey, whatever you say. Nothing wrong with a little crass commercialism. I mean, I could use a new bike right about now.
Yeah, but we'll make do with what we got. Better than nothing. Alright, so let's try this again. Let's try to get this guy down. Already feels faster, but also feels like it's harder to control now. Shit. At least we got a little bit of time. Son of a bitch is right. Thanks for the Master of Puppets there, M-Fedge. Hope you're having a good, what is today? Saturday. Sorry, my days are all screwy again. I can never remember what day it is by the end of my work week. But I hope you're having a good day. We're trying to right now catch the guy who, I can't remember what he did now. What did he do? He raided the Copeland facility, and we're trying to catch the guy to, catch the guy to make him pay for what he did so Copeland can take care of it. But thanks again for the Master of Puppets. That's one of my favorite songs. I wish I knew how to play it on my bass or guitar. I'll have to learn it one of these days. But hope again you're having a good Saturday there. Alright, let's get back to it. Let's get down the hill and then we'll have to repair before we get to the mission again. If I have parts to do so. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna repair before we even do this. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I would have wrecked this bike on this whole thing here. Now let's try it again. Wonder if I can pull it off or if I'm gonna screw it up again. Let's actually get back in the... That was a decent amount of fuel just to get here. That's just... I think he goes... I honestly don't remember which way he takes off, so that's...
Okay, let's take a look around.
That's right, we have to go this way anyway. Okay, there's gas there. Let's gas up before we take a look around. And find that again. Shit, damn it. Not what I wanted. Wrong button.
Needed this. That should be it.
There we go. That part'll do. Now at least I got the fuel taken care of. Where was it? I think it's that way.
This way.
Okay. Where was it?
All right.
I think it was here.
You're mine now.
There he is.
Alright. So we gotta try to do this biker bounty again. We're gonna have to ram and shoot.
Silver helmet.
Shooting is a
Gas tank.
pain in the ass. I haven't quite mastered shooting and driving yet.
Thought you'd ride into Copeland's camp, shoot the place up. That about right. Kill a few folks, take some shit, ride out like you were just chopping.
Come on. He's gonna escape just because I fucked up and hit the rock. I know about the bike combat. I haven't mastered it yet. It's the first time I've had to do it. At least I hit him this time. Last time I didn't even come close. So it seems like really what I needed was the upgrades to make this able to happen. Shit. And not letting him potentially get away. Wow. Damn it. And now I might have just fucked myself again. I hope I can catch him. Alright, we're good. We didn't let him get away.
Copeland's in you. Tell him to go to hell.
Shit.
Don't let him get away, Deke.
Come on. We are so close. I can't lose them this time.
Go to hell, Drifter. Copeland can suck on it, you hear me?
Come on. Shit. Shit. Come
Let
on.
him get away, Deke. Screw you, Drifter! You working for Copeland? Yeah?
Yes, I know about ramming. I just gotta get close enough. That's the problem. And not destroy my bike in the process. Shh.
Hey, asshole! Stop the damn bike!
Well, this is gonna make it more interesting because I'm out of ammo. And my bike is shot to shit. I don't think I'm gonna catch him. And I don't think I can repair because he'll get away. But it looks like his bike is equally as damaged, so.
Go to hell, Drifter! Copeland can suck on it, you hear me?
Oh, when. Hopefully I can catch him soon. But being that my bike's wrecked, his bike's wrecked, and I have no ammo, I don't know how this is gonna go. Okay, can I take the chances and try? Well, I don't know. Oh, that would explain it. Shit, and he got away. Alright, we're gonna try this again. This time we're not gonna hopefully fuck up. Let's hope we don't.
Why do you care? It's just another bounty job, isn't
Is
it?
the bike full at least?
Don't care. I just want
Yes, good.
Who, Cope?
One of them is a man named Randall. Been with the camp almost a year. I didn't know the other two. You want me to ask?
No, I guess not.
You find that son of a bitch. You radio me. Copeland out.
Back on track.
There he is!
Let's do this again. This time, let's try not to fuck up.
That's it.
Oh shit! The hell?
So you thought you'd ride into Copeland's camp, shoot the place up, that about right? Kill a few folks, take some shit, and just ride out, and just chop it.
We almost had him. So, third time's the charm, right?
Go to hell, Drifter! Copeland can suck on it, you hear me? No, my bike!
Okay, I have 13 shots, so I have to use them wisely.
My bike! Come on!
Almost got him. I can get him this time. I got 3 shots left too, so one way or the other, he's going down this
Son
time.
of a bitch!
As long as he doesn't get away.
Don't let him get away, Deke.
Drifter? You working for Copeland? Yeah?
Just making this harder!
Go to hell, Drifter! Copeland can suck on it, you hear me?
It's about gone too. I gotta get this done.
God damn it, not now!
Damn it. No, you need to repair. You can't do anything. Your bike's gone. Come on.
Don't let him get away, Deke.
Come on. Damn it. Oh well. We'll get it on this next time. You want me to move past the title sequence? No, we're gonna do this.
Just another bounty job, isn't it?
Now, look, I don't care. I just want to know their names. Who, Cope?
One of them is a man named Randall. Been with the camp almost a year. I didn't know the other two. You want me to ask?
No, guess not.
You find that son of a bitch. You radio me. Copeland out.
We are getting this time.
Okay, let's see.
One way or the other, I hope.
Here. Gotcha.
There he is. Silver helmet.
Let's go.
Red gas tank. That's him.
Oh, shit! The hell?
So you thought you'd ride into Copeland's camp, shoot the place up, that about right? Kill a few folks, take some shit, just ride out, and just chop.
Go to hell, Drifter! Copeland can suck on it, you hear me?
Alright, let's just do this again.
No, my bike!
Shit. Get up.
Where you going? Can't get away! Don't let him get away, Deke.
Bitch, I'm gonna. He's gonna get away because I'm driving like absolute ass.
Don't let him get away, Deke.
Screw you, Drifter! You working for Copeland? Yeah?
Shit. Fuck. Alright, that one actually killed me.
Track it down.
We're gonna do this.
Why do you care? It's just another bounty job, isn't it?
Now, look, I don't care. I just want to know their names. Who, Cope?
One of them was a man named Randall. Been with the camp almost a year. I didn't know the other two. You want me to ask?
No, not really.
It's not.
You find that son of a bitch. You
There he is.
Alright, let's try this again.
Silver helmet. Red gas tank. That's it.
Oh, shit! The hell?
So you thought you'd ride into Copeland's camp, shoot the place up,
Alright.
all right? Kill a few folks, take some shit, just ride out, and just chop.
Go to hell, Drifter! Copeland can suck on it, you hear me? No, my bike!
Blast.
No, not my bike! No, no!
Alright, we might actually have it this time if I can not fuck it up.
Where are you going? You can't get away!
Screw you, Drifter! You working for Copeland? Yeah?
Out of ammo left.
I don't. Fuck yes! Got it! Only took 4 tries, but we got it.
What did you do, you son of a bitch? Hey, no.
Yeah,
Exactly what needed to be done.
not a fan of it myself, if you want to know the truth. Give drifters a bad name. But what if you'd shot Manny? You know, who'd fix my bike then? Stupid piece of shit.
Dumbass.
Screw you! You want to cope with Toadies? You little bitch! That's what you are! You little bitch!
Alright. That wasn't so bad though. It just took a little bit more practice. The weird practice and time. The tricky thing about it was it required, you know, right bumper, left trigger, and right trigger at the same time to be able to time all that. And it just took a little bit of getting used to for that butt combination. I had to switch my fingers up from what I'm used to using.
It's done. I got him.
But we got
Write
him,
down these
so
coordinates and send your man out here.
You hear me?
Is he alive?
Hey, Drifter.
for now.
Drifter.
Yeah, he's alive. But I won't promise you how long he's gonna stay that way. Deacon out.
You tell him, Drifter. You tell him I said go.
Let's see.
It goes
What I can
go
do.
slow.
Alright, so we got that fixed. Can we just leave him? Think we can. Alright.
Boozer, you there?
Yeah, we can leave him.
I was just calling to check up on you.
Let's go see what we got here.
Hang in there, buddy. As soon as we get that arm patched up, we'll ride north, just like you said.
I hope so. God, miss the road.
Just work on getting better. I still got some work to do on the bike, and we gotta stock up on some gear. But once you're patched up, we're out of here. Deacon out.
Let's.
Mass grave. I keep forgetting it's so close to me. Don't ask me how.
I didn't even realize that was a mass grave until he's talking about it as I'm driving over it. Shit. Probably from before all this started. Or during all the time when this started. I don't think I'm gonna be able to cross that way. Because, you know, motorcycle doesn't generally do well in water.
Nests. Infestation zone.
We need to be mindful here because I don't have the ammunition for this. So we aren't clearing shit. We're just getting out of here. As much as I want to take down the infestation zone, I just don't have the ammo. And I think I just walked into something where I need ammo, maybe. That might be a bad thing. Let's real quick repair. If I can. It doesn't look like I can right now. Oh, you know, I know why I can't. We're at the cemetery. Okay. So we're just now getting to the stuff we got to get for the city guy. Conrad, or whatever his name is. Just go. Let's try not to attract attention. Being they only have
Could make something out of this.
couple of rounds left for my pistol.
Need this?
And are we go?
Bounty.
Yeah, it's one less thing I gotta worry about to kill me. What was that? Nope, I'm good with the axe.
Weeping Angel. This has got to be it. Now, where'd you hide the stash, Leon?
I don't know, but we're gonna look around. Before I head to the statue, I want to look around. Well, I guess I'm already at the statue. Before I interact with it, I want to look around. Alright. What's that? Nothing. I think there's something there. We'll grab that. Got here.
Where? Maybe in one of these.
Okay. I thought for a moment that was something I was gonna have to kill until I looked and saw it was him from his tracking.
Figure out who I'm gonna give this to.
Why do I hear a helicopter for one thing?
Boozer! Boozman, are you listening? Oh, you're not gonna believe this. I just saw a goddamn chopper!
The chopper? What are you talking
Shit.
A Nero chopper! It just buzzed right over me and acted like I wasn't even there!
This time and a Fed chopper shows up out of nowhere?
I'm gonna chase them down and I'm gonna see what the hell they're doing!
Hey, Deke. Be careful. Don't get too close till you know what the hell they're doing. And don't do anything stupid.
Hell no, I'm not gonna do anything stupid!
Yes, you are.
How's that?
What did you drop?
I... Come on. Tie this to the bike, okay.
I never knew that.
Where am I see, okay. Got it. Now I have to repair. It's not as far gone as I thought.
That'll hold.
Let's get moving.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on. They're slowing down. Looks like they're stopping.
I want to turn. There we go. Don't want to attract any extra attention I don't need. Interesting. What are they doing?
You're a researcher. What the hell are they doing out here? Gotta go check them out. See what they're doing. Alright, gotta go in quiet.
Alright. Hero soldiers are researchers. They wear special armored hazmat suits and are immune to your attacks. Okay. Binoculars and marking. Toggle the binoculars with up on the arrow pad and aim enemies to mark them, making it easier to follow them, their movements. Tracked enemies can display. Okay, the same thing is.
That ought to distract them. If they see me, I'm dead.
Anyone else see that?
Number.
Stop!
Yeah, I don't want
You're
any trouble.
entering a quarantine area.
All I was trying to do was lock onto you. Let's do it from a distance this time.
You're a researcher. What the hell are they doing out here? Gotta go check them out. See what they're doing. Alright, gotta go in.
Don't know how many I can lock onto at the same time,
They see
though.
me, I'm dead.
How you feeling?
Alright, so we got them all, looks like locked onto.
Heat on in your suit?
Oh,
Throw a rock. That ought to distract them.
except do I have a rock?
Doing all right? How are you doing?
Gotta stay in the shrubs. They can't see me in there.
You
I don't
are
want any
in
trouble.
restricted area.
I shouldn't have gone out of those shrubs. I should have been paying better attention to what she was doing.
That ought to distract them.
Okay, well, at least it kind of.
How long this'll take?
Anyone else? Stop!
Okay.
We will shoot!
Really?
Leaving.
Damn. Alright. Oh, we're gonna do this.
What you told? No shit.
Jesus, this is taking forever.
I don't know. Forever's a long time.
Okay, so when you use the binoculars, you stand up.
You're always complaining.
Makes sense.
What the hell are we doing here anyway?
Got plenty of fuel. I double checked.
Wait.
Okay,
You
okay.
must leave the area.
How?
Or we will open fire.
I was crouched. How did they find me?
That ought to distract them.
What time is it?
What's wrong with your suit? How are you doing?
Stay in the shrubs. They can't see me in there.
Figure out.
You're always complaining.
I can't touch him.
When we flew over Farewell, that was a lot of goddamn freakers.
Yeah. A few dozen at least.
I don't know. Am I supposed to go?
How long this will take?
Too damn long.
Am I supposed to try to go to the chopper? Or am I supposed to go?
Wasn't even my turn on the Doomer.
Where am I supposed to go?
I look like a seal.
It's freezing out here.
Check the thermo in your suit. Seems like it's always raining out here.
I'm not getting sick.
Okay, okay.
You need to
How?
leave this area immediately.
I don't get how they're catching me. Because I'm just... Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to find rocks for distractions to be able to move.
Anyone else? We
Yeah,
are
I don't want any
authorized to
trouble.
shoot on sight.
Alright, so we're not gonna be able to stay there. I don't know why it keeps putting me back there if it just keeps catching me.
How much longer?
No idea. We're done when the doc says we're done.
You doing alright?
Shit, it's going on.
Heat on in your suit?
Getting hungry? Yeah, I'm starving.
How you feeling?
Not a rock, it's a mushroom.
What the hell are we doing out here anyway?
What you told?
Does anyone else see something?
Stop!
Okay,
You
okay.
are entering a quarantine area.
Alright, seriously? Some cover.
That ought to distract them.
No. Bumper to open survival wheel and select a rock. Do I have a rock?
Stop
Yeah, I
right
don't
there.
want any trouble.
Drifter, we will open fire.
Alright, we're gonna try this again. But
That ought to distract them.
It's cold.
Heat on in your suit?
okay, so yes, you do have.
Jesus. Oh man, I hope I'm not getting sick. I can't afford to lose the duty credits.
You okay?
How much longer you think we got?
How the hell do I know? We'll bug out when the doc's
You hear that? That's right. Go check it out.
What the hell are we doing out here anyway?
what you told.
Can I pull this off?
You must
Okay,
leave the
okay.
area
Fuck.
immediately or we will open fire.
Nope. Closer, but nope.
That ought to distract them.
God, I hate this shit. Getting hungry? Yeah, I'm starving.
You
I don't know if that was gonna actually work.
Over farewell. That was a lot of goddamn freakers.
Yeah. A few dozen at least.
You doing all right?
Perimeter alarm. Goddamn rain.
Seems like it's always raining out here.
What was that?
Go find out.
How you feeling?
How much longer you think we got?
How the hell do I know? We'll bug out when the dock's finished.
Civilian,
Yeah, I
I
don't
am
want any
not going to
God
ask you
damn
again.
it. Alright.
That ought to distract them.
Let's.
You okay?
We got enough fuel to get back. We're going all over hell and back today.
Fuel's the least of our problems when we're on
Hey, that didn't work.
focused.
Jesus, this is taking forever.
I don't know. Forever's a long, long time.
Let's-
Wonder how long this will take. Shouldn't be too long. Doc knows what's up.
How much longer?
No idea. We're done when the doc says we're done.
Let's try a different way this time.
You doing all right?
Shit, it's cold.
Heat on in your suit?
Wasn't even my turn on the duty roster.
That might have been why I was getting caught. I didn't see that the flashlight was on.
How are you doing?
What the hell are we doing out here anyway?
What you told? Now shut it.
Goddamn rain.
Seems like it's always raining out here.
Okay.
Alright, well, that. I wonder if I just have to wait for them to leave.
That ought to distract them.
Wasn't even
Field
my
note
turn on the
206.
Oh no, just. Okay.
After tracking a large moving group, estimated
So just
size
don't
of 500 to
move.
600, we have confirmed the subject's hibernation location at...
Hey, Doc, I see Site 23 on the roster for tomorrow. That us?
No, that's O'Brien.
Got it.
Shit, where was I? We have confirmed the subject's hibernation location at the High Desert Grotto, now designated Site 15. Trampling of grasses and plants at the entrance and the presence of footprints, see attached photos, indicate the site has been used for some time.
Must be nice and cozy in there.
According to the motion sensor planted by Lieutenant O'Brien, approximately 447 subjects have entered the cave this morning. Recommend sending a follow-up team sometime after 1900 hours to assess the cave's interior and further assess conditions. Note to Dr. Anderson, your theory about the subjects devolving to a primitive state of nocturnal behavior is seeming more appealing all the time.
Alright, we're not moving.
Not going inside.
Didn't you hear me? Over 400 subjects, and these aren't just your regular run-of-the-mill freaks. These are stage 3.
Then there's still like series. No.
And I asked if you were okay.
Okay, well, I have to kind of move.
No.
Ever woken up a hibernating freak?
Yeah, actually. I was one of the survivors at the White King mine.
Jesus.
Someone tear my buddy apart like it was peeling a banana. These suits protect you from a lot of shit. But not them.
Holy shit, Corporal. Jesus, I'm sorry.
That mission was far from the start.
Which is why we are not going inside there.
I think if I sealed up this cave, we'd, I don't know, knock down their population.
I got a hunch of zombies or something in the cave out there. Or something.
See what
Oh, so now I have to... Seriously? Can't I just wait for them to leave?
We are authorized
Shit.
on site.
I was trying to leave. Oh well.
That ought to distract them.
Alright.
You hear that?
God, that was almost a fuck up. Bike is that way. And I do it.
Anyone else hear that?
Got it. Good shit. Made it. Fucked up a few times, but we made it. Alright. So we got finding Nero. I'm a little interested to find out more about them and like the history or lore behind this game, I guess. But we'll find out as we play. Residue bolt. That could be interesting. Alright. Residue bolt cause enemies. Okay, so it's that would be useful. Alright, let's get out of here.
Boozer, you there? Booze man, come back.
Because we are
Soldier.
got a long way to go.
He had an ID badge. What was the name?
O'Brien. Wouldn't shut up about it. All the way out to Three Finger Jack.
Hey, he's alive. Boozer, he's alive.
What are you talking about? We were there. The whole camp was wiped out.
No, I know that, but I heard. I went into their LZ. And they.
Wait, you went into their LZ? What the?
Just listen. On the radio. Talking about a man named O'Brien.
Ink. No.
Not! Boozer, I'm not. I'm just. Hey,
Sounds like you are.
get some sleep. Get out.
I've been out at night like this. It's a lot worse than I expected at night.
This is Radio Free Oregon. The truth shall set you free.
Hopefully we don't run into any
Life came as a surprise to no one.
scab traps or whatever they're called. Shit.
He's one of the few. Most who spoke out against the feds, well, things didn't go so great for them. The cemeteries are filled with martyrs. Those who sought to call out the bullshit and the lies when they saw it. I know.
We gotta do this carefully because fuel purposes.
Started Radio Free Oregon in the last weeks before the feds fell. Broadcast from an unmarked van, moving from town to town. In the days before the roads came choked with cars and the bridges destroyed, trying in vain to stop the freaks. This is Mark Cooper.
It's probably stupid, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Lies.
No, Cope, this cemeteries are filled with freakers, not martyrs. And you had to keep moving, because if anyone had found your unmarked van, they would have blown it to hell. Just so I wouldn't have to listen to your bullshit radio. Get out of my way!
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a bad idea. We're going to have to go around, 'cause if I go this way, I'm going to set off car alarms and get attention I don't want. So we're going to try to go around the long way. Let's try. Because I know from the first tunnel there's nests and stuff in those tunnels, and I don't really want to be caught in that. Especially with like 2 pistol rounds. Hopefully it's not going to force me to go through that tunnel. If it is, it's going to be... It's starting to look like it might. Yeah, it looks like it's going to... Unless I can go around this way, it's just going to force me to go through that tunnel. But we're also going to run out of fuel soon. Very soon. I think we're actually out of fuel. Yeah, we're out of fuel. Yeah. That was not part of the plan, but there's fuel that way. We gotta get it out of the water first.
Shit. Engine crapped out.
Alright. And I repair... There we go.
I can fix this. That's it.
That's all I can do. Let's try to get to the... We're just gonna walk it. The gas station. And then deal with it when we get there. Hopefully the gas station's not... it might be. I wonder... Can we... We get away with that. Can I? Looks like we got an ad starting again here in about a minute. Everyone, it'll be about a 3-minute ad. I'm just trying to see if I can be kind of cheap here and fast travel. Bike has insufficient fuel. Okay, can I fast travel without the bike? Or no? No. Alright, so looks like we're just gonna have to do this then. We are never been there. I don't know if I can mark it. We're gonna have to just hook it because I'm not walking.
Renegade camp. Sons of bitches. You think you could ambush me and get away with it?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Good.
What the hell happened here? Oh, might be worth having a look around.
Not yet. We're just gonna go put fuel in the bike real quick. And then we're gonna go to once I put fuel in the bike, we're gonna head out to the village, or not the village, the town or whatever.
Good.
Ad should be starting any minute now. We're gonna go ahead. We can't travel here, so we've ever been here. We are going to. Is that what I'm looking for? Alright, we are in a quick ad break, everyone. I will see you back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for sticking around. All right, and we are back. Now we got fuel. I don't have enough ammunition for this. Not even enough ammunition to clear out this camp here. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to... let's see. We're going to travel here because I can get ammunition from here. I can also restock my fuel.
The truth shall set you free. This earth
I don't know why it doesn't ever take me inside.
to provide for ourselves and our families. I'm not saying this. It's the Lord that gave us dominion over it. But that wasn't enough for some men.
Let's see.
More. When our fuel got low, they jacked up the prices so they could consolidate power into their own hands. So, we wanted to build dams for electricity But their
Can I
precious
get-
runs of salmon were more important than heating our homes. We wanted to cut a few
Let's see. Fine. Oh,
trees
all right.
to build
There we
those
go.
homes. But the nests of a few spotted owls were more important than the entire timber industry. Now that the feds have gone to ground, let's just say we've eliminated the middleman.
What we got here?
No one can stop us from taking what's rightfully ours.
Some bolts.
This is Mark
Okay.
Copeland for Radio Free Oregon. Don't believe the lies.
Thing is, Cope, fuel prices have come down lately, way down. Only problem is you gotta find it yourself. And last I checked, there were plenty of assholes out here trying to take what's rightfully ours.
All right. So what we're going to do now that we've got the fuel situation and ammo situation taken care of is we are just going to find Copeland's camp here. I got it again. Just got to find it. Can't remember where it's at. That's the radio tower. Figure out the nests. More nests. Okay, where is his? I don't see it. I don't see it. So that's a medical site. That's the radio tower. That's where I'm at now. Oh, you know what? There it is right there. How did I miss that? We're going to travel to Copeland's camp and turn in the bounty that's on the bike here, the drugs or whatever that we got. As soon as I fuel up. There is the gas can again. Should be over here, maybe. Yep. It's one of the reasons why I like coming back here, because the fuel doesn't, it's never a problem. The fuel is always back.
Needed this. Done.
Alright, so we're gonna make my way to Copeland's camp, and we're gonna complete this quest line and go from there. As long as I don't break the bike in the process. Shit. Like I said, as long as I don't break the bike in the process, because I'm still not a great driver of this thing. Yeah, that was not a smart move at all. we have to be really careful because we're about to break you. It's not even where I wanted to go. Alright, this isn't even where I needed to be. Is it? Oh, that is where I want it to be. Okay, just have to be extra careful. Shit. Nope. I don't care about durability right now. I'm gonna get fucked. Because I didn't pay attention. I didn't think that there'd be a horde of shit there. Alright, let's see. What's that say? Cannot save, not near your bike. It's fine. I'm gonna just do a quick save. If it will let me.
I can fix this. That should do it.
Yeah. Now let's see if I can. So I can't travel there right now. So we just did a quick save. So we're going to go ahead and go up here. Go ahead and go to sleep in the bed here. And then go from there.
Quick. Didn't take too long.
Because, well, that did not go according to plan. That's going to be a clusterfuck if I go back there. I want to. But that's going to be a lot of... I have to work on that stuff.
Alright, okay. Let's go.
That should have saved the game as well. Just do a quick save right here. I haven't actually done that in a little while. Alright, so now we've gone ahead and saved. What we're going to do here is I'm actually going to go ahead and call it for the night because I actually am starting to run out of energy, sadly. I was been a little tired this entire time, but I will be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern to continue to go through this game. Thank you for watching. I hope everyone has a good rest of their night.